Checking. Okay, there. Checking. Hello. Alright, so I hear the voice properly. Okay, I think we're good, all things considered. Okay, just need to do something real quick before we properly start. I don't really know if I played this. Anyways, hello everybody, my name is Tsukuda Hiroyuki, and we're back streaming, and I'm streaming today is Stories, The Path of Destinies remaster, I believe. And I have played this game before, but it's been a while, so I don't exactly wholly remember what the hell happened. And I was almost the end, but it's 8 hours, at least 10 hours at most, so I should be able to do it one stream, right? Right? Anyways, though, yeah. But yeah, I did the same thing with Omen's Sight, their other game here. So yeah, let's get started. I already played this game before, but it's been a while, so yeah, as I said. So we'll be doing a new game entirely, so that's gonna be fun. Well, no time wasting. Here we go. Starting a new game will erase your existing progress. Are you sure you want to continue? Yeah, it's fine. It's not like, and it's not like I remember which way, so it's like this is a good opportunity. The only thing I think it's bad is that
once upon a time,
yeah, the controls are gonna be fucked.
The infamous rover Reynardo plundered the floating isles. Then his mother called him to her deathbed. "Swear to me that you won't die on the gallows," she rasped. Reluctantly, he swore. And he whiled away his days at home with music, cards, and wine. But the Emperor had changed. He'd been good once, a shy, almost humble toad. He'd built universities. Then people started whispering about mass graves in the woods, midnight rituals, victims screaming. The Imperial Ravens would round up entire villages, and no one ever returned. The Ravens had come to Ubar scouting for ancient books said to be of great power. But the librarians had hidden the books.
Excuse me. Oh.
So they'd burnt the librarians. The citizens, outraged, had driven them off. The Ravens had come back with dropships. The kid had fled with one of those books. He was brave and dumb and wanted to join the rebellion. And Reynardo had promised his mother he'd protect him. The kid was looking down, watching his city burn. "Sorry, kid," Reynardo told the kid. "Look, if we give them the book, they'll leave you alone." "My mother died for this book!" "I promised her I'd protect you." "Oh, damn it." The kid had run off. With the book, of course. So Reynardo had to run after him. The two Ravens were staring at the kid like he was their dinner, which probably was what was in their tiny brains. "Hey," Reynardo said. They cocked their heads at him. "Pick on someone as ugly as you." Wait, that didn't come out right. "For the Emperor!" The Ravens cawed and rushed at him.
Okay. Ow, what the f- There we go. So far, so good.
A dropship flew overhead. He hoped they hadn't noticed him. The kid.
Hold to grab, aim, and then release throw. Whee! Whee! Stupid.
Oh, right. The Gate of Heroes. Someone's idea of a joke, making the Skyship Docks a gated community. You needed a hero's sword to open it. And the kid was on the other side of the gate. Who let you through? Promise me you'll take the book to the rebels. Or I'm gonna steal your ship. I'm not taking that damn book anywhere. And
Oops, sorry.
neither are you. Try and stop me, laughed the kid. I bet you don't even have a hero's sword. And with that, the kid hopped away. Had to hand it to the kid. He was an idiot, but he had guts. Where was Renato going to get a hero sword?
Maybe use it. There it is.
Ore and wind essence? That sounds about right. I'll need a workshop, though. Perfect.
This is sword crafting menu. Here you can craft and upgrade powerful magic swords. Gather the required materials from the chest scattered throughout Boris.
A hero sword. QED. This
Very
is what he
hero
got
sword
for
is-
settling down and finding people to care about. The kid's mum had been a swell cook, and she'd laughed at Renato's jokes, even when he didn't know he'd made one. And the ravens had come to burn her. And she'd made him promise to protect the kid. But she never told him where the book was. Just the kid. He came up to a ledge. It was too far to jump. There'd been a bridge here before, hadn't there? And there was Peter, giggling at him. How'd you get across? He asked the kid. Where'd you find a hook? I hopped, said the kid. White-ass kid. Hey, look out behind you! Cute, said Renato. Ah, ravens. It was time to talk some sense into the kid. Just hook his way across the ledge and chase the kid down. Thing was, he hadn't used his hook since he'd retired. How had he done it? Maybe if he meditated at that altar there, he'd remember his old skills.
Huh. His altar. 4 tiers of skills. The more truths you discover, the more tiers you'll unlock.
It was starting to come back to him. Something you never completely forgot, like how to freeze time when attacking. The more he fought, the more he'd probably remember.
It's a pretty big distance for what it is.
And there was the Farfarer. She was the fastest ship he'd ever known. She could do the Kestra run in 12 furlongs. Oh, so the salesman had told him. And something told him the kid was about to walk into an ambush. Stop! He shouted. I'm not giving you the book! Shouted the kid, and took off. No! Peter! But the kid ran for it. And a goggler nailed him with its ivy.
Well, that didn't last long. Oh shit. Can I attack those? Yes, I can. Awesome.
The book was unburned. Next to it were the buckles from the kid's shoes. in a kid-sized pile of ashes. Damn it. Why hadn't he lied and told the kid he'd take the book to the rebels? The kid would be alive now. Really pissed off and betrayed, but alive. Oh, damn it. Renato picked up the book. He couldn't let the Empire have it now. He was going to have to get it out of there. He'd be a wanted man. Probably have to join the rebellion just to have a place to dock. Well, he'd hated home life anyway.
Purple for going on ahead. Nice, kids. Not joking.
What's the big deal about this book anyway? Maybe he should open it and find out.
Hello, Zio, and how's it been since FF16? It's been... I've been doing good. I've been having a lot of fun with 16. The beginning was kind of mad, but the combat's a lot better now. I'm enjoying it. I got Titan, so...
All
that was
had
fun.
been years ago. How many? The war was a blur, and now 3 Raven scout ships were chasing him. "Where are you running, rebel?" cawed the Raven captain over the loud hailer. Renato could see them cranking up their catapults. "Just going out for milk?" Renato yelled back. "Where can you run?" laughed the Raven horribly. Far behind him, another city was burning. The dark cloud above its island was thousands of Imperial ships. The fleet was doing a thorough job. "Take us to the rebel base! I will spare your life!" it cawed. The entire jury-rigged rebel fleet was only a few islands to the east. Beyond that were only the pillars of heaven, a sea of endless blood-colored tornadoes. The rebellion was out of time, unless Renato could bring a game-changer. Maybe he could. Renato had found out where he could find the pieces of the Sky Ripper, the legendary weapon that had exiled the lost gods. Surely a legendary weapon could win the final battle. On the other hand, his old friend Lapino had sent Renato a desperate message saying he had a brilliant scheme to save the rebellion. If Renato could only rescue him. Renato dived the Farfarer towards the abyss. As he felt the heat of the jet stream, the Raven ships peeled off, not stable enough to follow him down there. Now it was time to choose. Lapino or the Sky Ripper?
Let's do the first one.
Ah, Lapino. Apparently, the Mad Rabbit had sold a Pegasus that he did not exactly own. Lapino always wiggled out of trouble, given time. But he was out of time. The Ravens had figured out that Lapino was a rebel spy. If the fleet reached him first, they'd string him up for that. Never mind the winged horse. Lapino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the Ravens? Renato's blood was up. He just needed to smash something.
I don't have anything yet, so don't have to worry for now. Everything in bed. Thank you.
There were stickers all over the platform for really hot lady foxes, with pictures and addresses and everything.
Okay. Didn't need to know that, but okay.
The ravens had taken the town. Renato had seen villages emptied like this. All the people taken away to be sacrificed in the Emperor's secret rituals. Renato hoped the people were just hiding. Firewalls only let you through if they think you're hot enough.
I don't think there's anything else I can use. Yeah, I think we're good. There's ores? That's kind of boring. How's your day though, Theo? How's your side? Sorry, I'm if you see me doing the main anything is just to look at the chat. It does can't really do anything about that.
Ravens were landing everywhere. The advance guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lupino first, they'd eat him for breakfast. Or a snack. Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lupino. Where had the mad rabbit got to?
I don't think that's... Yeah, I think either side works. Yeah, just gonna get my treasure chest. You. This ores? Yeah, it's kinda boring.
Renato felt like he was ready to learn new things. Thank goodness he didn't have to go to school for that. It was starting to come back to him. Something you never completely forgot, like how to freeze time when attacking. The more he fought, the more he'd probably remember.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on, I thought that. Bullshit. What?
Renato felt a chill run down his back. Or possibly a flea.
Attack immediately on the previous attack hits to land a perfect strike. Bonus damage and double combo bonus. So down damage after a successful counter until your next action. The greater and plan your next counter attack and attack now cause damage. I'll just go faster.
Skills? He welcomed them back like it was at a reunion.
I know it's the rabbit man, but I need to check the other stuff. Oh.
And this is why heroes are called dashing, Renato thought. See? Dashing? Get it? Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato recognized the cards. It was Lapino's favorite deck. Oh, I thought you were in danger. I am. The ravens are coming. Oh, the prison thing. Right, yeah, we see this guard owed me 53 ducats, so we made a deal. They're very reasonable people, actually, for weasels. Now, I got a brilliant plan to kidnap Zenobia. We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who also happened to be a deadly sorcerer and, oh, his only daughter? That would be worth it. On the other hand, he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power. Zenobia wasn't just the Emperor's daughter, of course. She'd been Renato's best friend in Sword Fu school. And you're still mad for her, the rabbit reminded him. They'd been close. She'd told him things no one else knew, but she'd never told him who she really was. She knows all the Emperor's plans, chuckled the master spy. She won't give them up easily. She'll tell the interrogators, all right, said Lapino. Taking her would change the game, all right.
Next chapter.
The city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her efficiency. Renato shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogators. Could he really turn her over to them? But this was war. It wasn't meant to be pretty. In this chest, there were woodcuts of amazingly beautiful vixens wearing no clothes at all. And something more useful.
Okay. Oh. Ryan! Ryan! You take these, thank you.
Huh? A lever? That was new. Most people still use doorknobs.
Oh, okay. Anything else? I think we're good. Hello.
So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lapino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, a net, setting the Farfarer a little bit on fire, Lapino dressing as an old blind toad, and Renato hiding inside a monstrous watermelon. What could possibly go wrong? Thought Renato.
Not the type of harebrained schemes. Okay.
Oh, this is gonna be fun, said Lapino as he ran to go set up his marvelous plan. If I craft a sword now, it's gonna be really short.
Okay, we're still good. Maria! Maria! What is... Nothing here. Oh, what the fuck? Yeet.
Renato felt dubious about the whole plan. With every step, he was waiting for it all to go horribly wrong. But against all odds, Peppino's idiotic plan worked. Zenobia's ravens ran off after the geese, the net dropped, and Renato jumped out of the watermelon and put his sword to Zenobia's throat. "Renato," she said, "are those new scars? They look good on you. You never return my velvet jacket. It was my favorite. You look stupid in velvet. Oh, what does an imperial princess know about style? Oh, get a room, you two." But the fleet was coming on fast, so they put Zenobia on the Farfarer and took her east over the Nexus. She'd vanished from Swordfu School, from his life, without even saying goodbye, without ever telling him she was the Emperor's adopted daughter. Ah, Leppina was right, Renato thought reluctantly. She knows things. She recognized his look. "You're taking me to the interrogators, aren't you?" she said, wide-eyed. And then she jumped, with horror. Renato saw Zenobia plummeting. Then he saw the Nexus below them. Cats always land on their feet. "Ah, she'll head for the Imperial outpost," yelled Leppino. "You have to catch her."
Next part? Wasn't it like 5 chapters, but then there's like multiple different endings or something like that? I'm not 100% sure. And
Cats can run faster, but foxes can run longer. If he ran, he could head her off before she reached her minions at the outpost.
Well done, how you doing?
He did love a good chase.
Oh, did not meant to put that out loud. Yeah, hello Dom, how you doing? That's good. Yeah, this one's gonna be... Did I forget to title this? I forgot to title this. I am so sorry. I forgot to title it. I forgot to title it back to something else. Oops. I just realized. Fuck.
Once, he found a Superman issue #1 in mint condition in a jar he'd broken. He planned to keep breaking things until he had the whole series.
Yeah, this is not a really good. It's not really a polished game, but it's something at least. Besides, I wanted to take a break from Final Fantasy 16 and Metaphor. Not that they're not bad. Not that they're bad. It's just more like just take a little break. Otherwise, though, what was it? Yeah, I actually did not name the stream properly. So it's gonna be, how is it? This stream is gonna be most likely 8-hour long because I'm doing like a completion or whatever like that, and the completion is like 8 to 10. So I could possibly do it all in one stream, but who knows?
I could make with all these sword crafting materials, thought Renato.
So that's gonna be fun. Am I going the right? I think I'm going the right way next time. I don't know.
Who needed bridges anyway?
Yeah, I'll try to, but it's not I did play this game. Oh. I did play this game before, and I'm pretty much almost at 100%. But it's been a while, so I don't exactly remember what the hell happened in the story, so... Yeah, I want to just start over, basically. Oh shit. Aye. Okay. For the Warlock fire spell, it will damage your... Hello? What the? What the? Hello? Okay. Oh god, this is so jank. Where the fuck am I?
He was closing on her. He could smell her fear. He tried not to think about the interrogators at the secret base. What did they do to her? Maybe it didn't have to end that way. Maybe he could talk to her. But, after all, there were worse things the Imperials had done to friends of his. Renata felt a little better.
No, I'm not gonna upgrade it. At least not yet. Whoa. Yeet. It's so janky, holy shit. Like, I knew this was not gonna be a good one, but holy fuck.
The Imperials there were no match for him. Soon after, Zenobia limped up the path. When she realized he was already in front of her, she didn't even try to run. Oh, you left without saying goodbye. Again. He said, please. I'm enjoying this a little too much. She said, shaken. Oh, spare us the chit-chat, would you? Said Lapino as he shackled her hands so she couldn't throw spells. She knows all his plans. All the way back to the Farfarer, Lapino nagged Renato about how the interrogators would pry all the intel out of Zenobia. How that would turn the tides in the imminent battle. All they had to do was take her to the rebels' secret base. Renato didn't like to think about what the interrogators would do to her. Couldn't he just talk to her? As they pulled away from the Nexus, Renato could see the fear in Zenobia's eyes. I can't take her to those creatures at the base, he whispered to Lapino. Ah, you've gone soft. Soft in the head. We captured her for what she knows. I'll take her to the mountains. Tell all the horrible things the Emperor's done. Yeah, believe me, she'll turn. And he turned the wheel. The hell you will, shouted Lapino, and he grabbed the wheel back from him. The two of them wrestled for control of the ship. It shot off like a mad sparrow. Suddenly, Renato was falling.
Free falling. I don't know, I'm just being dumb.
When When he came to, Zenobia was standing over him. Why didn't you take me to the base to be interrogated? She demanded. Do you know what's left of people they interrogate? This is some trick, isn't it? To make me fall for you again. Well, I won't. Oh, go on then. Scurry back to your ravens. I can't stop you. But strangely, she didn't. As Renato set off to find the Farfarer, she followed him, keeping just out of sight of the ravens.
Doesn't really follow, but
Crafting
it's fine.
bench. Renato wondered what he could make with it.
Yeet. Dom, how was your day
There
so
was an
far?
inscription on the
Anything
platform.
interesting happen?
Balaleka lessons with an address.
A Balalika. Where the fuck? Come. Okay.
Hero wall. Hero sword. Ice wall. Ice cube.
I'm not really sure where to go, so I'm just gonna go this one first. Can I not go back? Oh my, that's so, ugh, come on.
As Renato stopped to sniff the wind, Zenobia came up, still mad. Did you really think you'd just talk me into betraying my father? Oh yeah, sure, that was exactly my plan. Then why aren't you even talking to me? Because I've never talked you into anything in my life. They're gonna court-martial you for letting me go. He caught a whiff of the Farfarer. Wet rope, tar, and a cask of Scobel ale he'd spilt last year. It was that way.
Okay. Okay, note to self. The ones that doesn't have walls or anything, just go to that first. Leave on. I don't know, I'm just making them. Sorry. Throat being scratchy. Wow, this is a long way up. Holy shit.
Renato's paws were getting numb. Calaveras really didn't want company, did he?
This is so big long up. What the fuck?
Renato wondered if he should have taken Zenobia to the rebel base for real. Maybe she wasn't playing him after all. After the bleak talk about the Emperor's dark secrets, he was regretting his suspicion. Sure enough, the Farfarer had crashed in some rocks. There was no sign of Lapino. Zenobia caught up. All that kid stuff in Swordfu School. Look, that's the past. We're adults now. We have duties to other people. We have destinies. What are you talking about? And you are the most arrogant, slow-witted, light-fingered, mercenary, immoral, reckless. Run away with me, said Renato, and he realized he meant it. What? Just like that? She demanded. I will, if you will. So she kissed him. And it was the best kiss he'd ever had.
And then
Held
betrayal.
hands as they boarded the Farfarer. Bernardo felt light-hearted, like the winds that were playing the rigging like a balalaika. But Lapino, I need to get back to Lapino, he said, suddenly realizing he could have been captured. A prisoner. He's not. How'd you know? He saw something in her eyes he didn't understand. He fell, didn't he? Into the abyss. She looked away, wouldn't answer. But then a bolt smashed through the Farfarer's keel. The broken ship plummeted out of the clouds.
I believe this should be the last chapter before you can
Bernardo picked
go for different
himself up from the
titles.
deck. They were alive. We have to get to my private ship, she said. Do you trust me? I guess I must, he said. You go on ahead. Clear the path, she said. I can't kill my own soldiers. He wanted to say that he didn't trust her, that he had no idea what he was getting into. But he had no choice, did he? He was following his heart. That's what it means to be a hero. You had to follow your heart.
Yeah, nothing. Teleport.
Sorry, mustache, thought Renato.
Oh yeah, anyways. You gotta go fast. You think it does? Thank you.
The portal was heavily guarded. It must go someplace they really didn't want it to go.
There we go.
Well, they really needed to redecorate anyway.
Either. On the next part.
Renato had learned so much about... Ooh, what was it again?
Sounds fucking stupid. Yeet.
Renato danced
around the room yelling, oh yeah, that's how we do it. It was something he liked to do, but only after he'd killed all the witnesses.
Oh, come on. And as we go, yada. Oh.
They paused to catch their breath. It was strange to be so close to her. What are you thinking? He asked. I'm trying very hard not to think. Me too, he said. Up ahead, he could see the thin silver of Zenobia's personal ship. It looked fast. They would leave all this behind.
I believe this was my first choice too, when I first did it. I'm not 100% sure. Now we're playing the waiting game.
What were these poles exactly? Parking meters from the time of the lost gods?
Oh.
There was an inscription. Praised the sun.
Oh. Make a moment on. Oh, it's funny. Okay. We should be at the part there, hopefully. And then enemies? No. Will block your attack, grab and throw an advanced hero, and his shield will be knocked. Oh, come on. Oh. Oh, come on. I keep pressing the wrong button. Can I not break these well? Oh my god, that's so stupid.
As they reached her ship, Renato suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He was surprised to see a crossbow bolt sticking out of it. I was going to lead the Empire to a secret base, said Lapino. But no, you had to screw up my plan because you've still got a thing for her. Renato stared at Zenobia. Kiss. Was it real? She said, with a look of indescribable sorrow. She gestured and said an arcane word, and Lapino went flying into the abyss, screaming, I'm telling your father! Then she knelt down to cradle his head, and her paws felt very soft and warm. Okay, that was weird. He could have sworn he just died. Instead, he was on the Farfarer, sailing away from Ubar. And it was still burning. He'd fled burning Ubar years ago, hadn't he? And now he was back there. Had all those years fighting the Empire been nothing but a vision into the future? A useful vision if it was true. He'd learned something. Lapino was a traitor. Renato had suspected there was something wrong with the Mad Rabbit. But now he knew there was malice behind his goofiness.
Huh.
He'd made bad choices. But now, when the real battle came, he wouldn't make those choices. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. The book's pages began to flip backwards, towards the beginning. And he realized that his adventure was just beginning. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose.
Oops.
The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game
I forgot that
Pieces
they
of
probably
the
don't
sky
have
were
a
themselves.
skip.
Or so a scholar in the mountains had told him. Surely the weapon that banished the lost gods could defeat the Emperor. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Emperor had brought the Skyripper pieces up out of ancient burial by his obscene rituals. Could this be where the Iblis stone was hidden? Someone better get it before he does, thought Renato. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Let's fight the temple this time.
The island was windswept desert. No one went there except ostriches and ostrich hunters. The Iblis stone. It sounded ominous. It sounded powerful. If the Emperor was searching for it, it must be dangerous. And so, Bernardo went ostrich hunting. Every child could sing verses about the Skyripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away. Were all these things the Iblis stone? Long hidden in a buried temple? Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now? Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals?
Oh. There. Thank you.
That ought to be enough for a proper sword, he thought.
Ooh, no void. Now, what? Why did I make that wind essence? The fuck? Let's see. I can make this for now. Hold R1 to activate magic swords. Swords consume energy when activated. D-pads to switch to swords.
His trusty old sword was always a little better when he sharpened it.
Oh.
The air here tasted bitter. The steps were too tall for a person. The entire place felt restless, like it had been vexed to nightmare under the dust, waiting for its hour to come around at last.
Oh, I don't have anything in my eye. Yeah, it's disappeared. Okay, we're good now.
Hey! Hey! I'm a firefox, thought Renato.
God, these lines are so cringy.
Ravens were already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. And he hadn't come too late.
Alright, it's impel your enemy to your surrounding grab them to cause damage.
He was more and more extraordinary.
Oh, come on. What? Come on. Alright.
Renato wondered if he could learn to cook this way. Probably not. If only it's some kind of magic ice sword.
Uh-huh.
He wished there were more pylons he could use the hook on. They really needed to construct additional pylons.
Then there's a gem I can make. Yeah, I need to find him in order to even do that. Alright, we're good here.
What's there?
Ooh. Oh, nice. As soon as I mentioned it, too. Don't have enough to make the water one yet. I need a bit more to use it. Damn, only if I can use that. Let's go here.
How could a temple to Iblis still even exist? The Transcendent Emperor had destroyed all the shrines of the lost gods after exiling them. Had it been buried in that long-ago battle? Or had Iblis foreseen his fate and hidden it from his enemy?
Oh. Hello? Alright, there.
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders. He wasn't that good. Yet.
We.
global warming.
Speedrunning this shit. What is
It was a
this?
stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. Who said that? It was the stone. Eager. Thirsty. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once, and Renato wasn't sure he really wanted to be Emperor. Why not capture the core of Skyripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. Not the core, said the stone anxiously.
What? So many stories. God damn. For the time being, let's do the corrupted one.
Why was he listening to a talking rock? Ah, but the rock had a point. If the stone could truly turn him into a powerful warrior, he could defeat the Emperor with the very weapon the wicked old toad had sought for himself. To be a hero, you had to sacrifice old friends sometimes, especially when they've become enemies. As he placed the impossibly black crystal in his gauntlet, Renato had a sudden vision. Charred fields covered in dead ravens below a black sun. Was it the time of the lost gods before the transcendent Emperor? Was it the future? Feed souls, it whispered. Take the power. He could feel the stone's hunger for souls, its thirst for blood. All right, I get it. This was going to be interesting.
Oh.
I'll just have a dash, thought Renato.
Not the white sword, but we'll take it, I guess. Hello?
It was good to practice your moves, thought Renato. Keeps you limber.
I don't think there's anywhere to go there, so let's go here. Thank you.
Can't we just agree to disagree? Said Renato. No?
Oh, there we go.
The ravens on Zenobia's island were no match for Renato. They screamed as the stones sucked out their souls. And with each death, he felt stronger. Take the power, the stone told him.
The souls and the innocence.
This sword from the frigid north was really useful for making popsicles and birdsicles. What else could you hook?
We're taking this. Thank you. Ooh, nice. Going down.
Zenobia was leading the Imperial Ravens here. She loved to be in the vanguard, where the danger was, where she needed her wits. Renato pitied whoever she was fighting, especially if it was him.
Oh, fuck.
There had to be something useful in these things, didn't there?
Everything in that.
Zenobia was waiting for Renato. She was alone, confident as always. Fire danced at the tips of her claws. Are you here to surrender? She seemed as cocksure as he felt. But she didn't know he had the stone. And I've missed you too, love. He chuckled. She spotted the stone and bolted without another word.
Run, bitch, run!
Thought Renato.
Oh, it just automatically levels it up. Huh. Do you know? I think these 3 swords are the max level 3, so I think I'll just wait for I get the Void Blade. Yeah, I think I should wait that. I didn't get anything here, so. Hello? Oh, you can't dash for the life of me. Eat.
Finally, Renato caught up to her. He had never seen her scared before. At school, she'd been the determined, brave one. Now her eyes were wide, frightened. He didn't like seeing her this way. Kill her, whispered the stone. You cannot win your rebellion without it. Please. No, said Zenobia. Not that way. Oh, they had been so close once. Could he really feed her soul to his demonic gem? But if he spared her, he would not get the full power of the stone. Oh, how could he be the hero he wanted to be? With a flick of his wrist, he slashed Zenobia's throat. Her eyes widened even more. And then the light went out of them. Renato felt amazing. Power was rushing into him like water from a burst dam. Oh, such brilliance, exulted the Iblis stone. Tasty.
Tasty.
Renato returns to the Farfarer and set a course for the Nexus. The Empire had communication outposts there. He could call the Emperor directly. It was time to seize the outpost and let the Emperor know what he had done. The Nexus was beautiful. He never realized how beautiful. Everything glowed. The wind was so sweet. The sun so soft. The stones so warm. The black raven feathers. Black feathers. Suddenly, his eyes are filled with them. He's falling through smoke under a dead sun. A voice calls him home. Is this a vision? Whose? Is this the time of the lost gods? Or the future? No matter. What mattered now was killing his way to the Imperial outpost and challenging the Emperor from there. Smashing things was fun.
I think that, thank you. Can't get through there yet, shit. But no, it's fine. Attack immediately on the previous attack. It's perfect strike.
Cool. Wish I could do that.
There we go.
He felt like Tarzan.
Oh.
Up ahead was Lapino. What was he doing here? Bernardo! Hey, buddy! Hey there, old buddy! Please don't kill me! Why would I kill you? Asked Bernardo, although he had been thinking about it. Well, you've become... no, I mean, no disrespect at all here. Kind of evil? Maybe you should, I don't know, go to the mountains to have a think? See if maybe you're sure the stone is not all that healthy a thing to keep? I suppose you wanted, Bernardo said, and poked Lapino in the chest for emphasis. Oh, had he just killed Lapino? Oh, damn it.
Well. Well, you killed him.
A very clever engineer named Elon Muskrat had got his start making floating platforms. Not many people knew that.
What the what the fuck are these fucking... This is so old. Holy shit. Elon Muskrat. That's so stupid. When drone, head of drone to advantage. Ooh! A sec. Eat.
Renato rampaged through the Imperial outpost like a water buffalo rampaging. At the last moment, he remembered not to kill the Far-Speaker Toad. After all, he wanted a word with the Emperor. But there was only silence. Haha! The Emperor was scared, like little girl. Well, he would gather the rebel army and slaughter the Imperial fleet. Yes! Applauded the Imblestone. Tremendous. Then the Emperor would have to answer his far speaker, wouldn't he? Who are you? Asked a distant voice that sounded uncomfortably like Zenobia. What have you become? The mountains. Go to the mountains, urged another that sounded a bit like Lapino. Renato called the rebel council to let them know to gather their forces. Then he killed the far speaker toad. Why? Oh, because to make sure his sword was sharp. Oh no, that's awful. So no one else could use it. Yes, that's it. Then he set off for the ruins and the secret rebel base.
I'm just basically going to them fucking
The ruins were crawling with ravens.
killing
Probably looking
spree.
for the secret base, Renato thought. But then he realized they're probably looking for me. They must be very scared of me. Well, here I am. You are the hottest warrior ever, whispered the Iblastone. And he had to agree with it, for once. Who was as good as Renato? Boom.
I'm gonna focus on getting the true ending, I guess you could say. Or at least unlock the keys for it. Keep taking this.
Once you try it, you're hooked.
Easy.
Urged the stone. Let it make you Emperor.
Ow!
To think of it, Renato thought as he put down another raven. Why shouldn't I be Emperor? How did anybody get to be Emperor anyway? By making war. Oh, I mean, not counting the transcendent Emperor, obviously, who had banished the lost gods and started time. Yes, he should be Emperor. He would make a great Emperor. Right, Stone? Oh, right, boss.
Oh!
See? With enough leverage, you could go anywhere. The long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good. No one could beat Renato at hot potato.
Oh, come on, 10x. Before I go there, let me get this one quick.
The right jewel could
Oh, nice.
really give you an edge. The wrong, well, it still looked pretty, didn't it? Bernardo strode into the council. Let's do this thing. Let's make me emperor. They looked confused and nervous. Ah, had he mentioned the emperor thing? He meant to bring that up later. I mean, let's go win this rebellion. He waved his sword around encouragingly. They ran. Cowards. He'd stop them. He cut down a few to inspire the others. But soon, there was no one to cut down. Well then, he'd have to attack the fleet alone. More for me, he said. Unless it was the stone that said it. Traitors. Traitors, all of them. They'd run rather than following him, rather than cheering him. What should he do to the cowards? Anything he wanted to. After all, he was a true hero, the best warrior there ever was. No one could stop him now. But first, finish him. The Emperor, that is.
I should get the truth about the stone.
Where was the rebel fleet? They weren't even trying an assault. They were going to miss a day in history. The downfall of this dynasty, and a new one to take its place. He didn't have to kill all the ravens. He could enslave them, and enslave the toads too. All the animals would worship him as a god. For he had once been a god. They would willingly give him their blood and their souls. And the world would change, would become familiar again.
The fact he doesn't realize what the fuck is happening for himself. Yikes.
Why would anyone put his slinky collection in a strongbox, thought Bernardo. The magic slinkies? Oh, there was something else.
Oh, come on. Ow!
It was all coming back to him. He wondered what he'd remember next.
Next up. Wee.
Hoped his hook didn't break. There was a sign. Take the goat across first.
Bruh. Help. There we go. Finally.
Bernardo was glowing with dark power. Already the sun had dimmed. He could do anything, he realized. He could wrap the island safely in smoke again. He was beyond a hero. He was going to become a god again. How odd, he thought, that the Iblis Stone had nothing to say about any of this. Well, no matter. Once he killed this petty Toad Emperor, he would bring back the Black Sun.
The question is, how does he know about the Black Sun? God, this movement's so clunky. Aye.
Soon he'd confront the Emperor. Funny that this whole war had come about because the Emperor feared death. And now it was coming for him. There was some sort of lesson there, wasn't there? He found the Emperor and the Council huddling by his ship, plotting. They saw him and cowered before him.
Back to hell, fiend.
Croaked the Emperor desperately.
In the name of the Transcendent Emperor!
Croaked the Speaker. They held some arcane items he didn't recognize. He simply flexed his will and sucked their souls out of their bodies. And Iblis exulted. It is finished. And the void that had been a mere stone on a sword expanded. It stretched and ripped like a vast womb. And a gaze, black and pitiless as the sun, passed through the void into the land. And so time ended. Renato stared at the book. He was still alive. Again. And still only flying away from burning Ubar. Had he lived that adventure? Or only dreamt it? Had he really died? It felt so real, not like a dream at all. And he'd lost again. Oh,
The Abyss
hated
Stone
that.
corrupts anyone who uses it.
But he had made different choices. And he'd lost in a different way. Time to choose.
I wish there's a way to, like, go
The
faster.
rebellion was in trouble. They were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Or so a scholar in the mountains had told him. Surely the weapon that banished the lost gods could defeat the Emperor. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis Stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it. To take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing.
Let me see if I can do my...
Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the
I
Raven?
wanna try my... I wanna try via keyboard and mouse.
Every child knew about the Sky Ripper. The Transcendent Emperor had buried its pieces. What could have brought them to light? This Emperor, Isengrim III, had once been kind, but he'd gone mad. And now he was conducting secret, obscene rituals to bring back the lost gods. Had he, somehow, summoned the long-lost components of the legendary weapon out of the deep places of the earth? It was more than Reynardo could fathom. But if he could find a legendary weapon, he would use it. As he set foot on the island, Reynardo couldn't help feeling a bit curious. Was Lapino still waiting to be rescued? No. He was probably drinking champagne with the ravens. Did ravens drink champagne? Did rabbits? Reynardo felt oddly thirsty, come to think of it. The Sky Ripper was a long shot. He'd have to devote himself to it. No side journeys, no rescuing old friends. That was against his nature. Could he stick with it?
Alright, so there's skip buttons. Just, what the fuck?
It was time to make a new sword.
I think I should almost have enough. I just need one more wind essence. Maybe. Excuse me. Yeah, I just need one more wind essence, and then I can just do that.
He'd once met a pirate captain. He used hooks to get around his ship. Oh, what was his name again? Boy, if looks could kill.
Yeah, it might be better if I just do controller.
The people who had built this castle, did they even know what monstrous weapon lay hidden within their walls? The Sky Ripper could destroy anything it touched, or so the legend said. As the Transcendent Emperor had fought the lost gods, thousands and thousands had died. But Reynardo had been through wars. The only merciful war was a short one. Haven't you always wanted to do that? He needed some way to break the ice with this wall, so to speak. I think this is yours, said Reynardo, but he couldn't hear his enemy's answer.
There you go, that's the last one. And Treasure Hunter, nice. Ah, excuse me. Ugh. Ow.
Smelt burnt fur.
Ow.
Wow, that was good. Was it good for you?
Well, the eyes have had it. Whoa, personal space.
Ow, ow, ow! Get out of here! God, this combat is so fucking clunky sometimes. Oy, oy, oy.
Ah, a puzzle. Reynardo loved puzzles. Except when he couldn't figure them out. On the other hand, if there was a puzzle, it was probably meant to keep people away from something good. This one looked familiar.
Ooh, critical chance.
Had he lost this one in a card game? Welcome back, he thought. That had been his mistake before, thinking he could win a battle of wills with an ancient evil all by himself. He had to be cleverer than that. Or braver. Or something.
A fun
There
thing.
it was. Sky Ripper's armature. The stuff that dreams are made of. Engineers' dreams, anyway. The device was intricate. No one alive had the skill to make a thing like it. How was it part of a weapon at all? He'd have to ask a scientist. But first, he'd get the second piece. Sky Ripper had a heart. A core that had come to rest on the next island. Well, there was another island he could reach. Zenobia had just invaded it with her father's Raven battalions. She must be encamped there still. But fighting Zenobia now, that made no sense at all. He'd already sacrificed one friend to get this armature, was it? He didn't need to hurry to face her. She would find him. It was a no-brainer. He'd sacrificed his old friend Lapino to get the armature. And the armature was useless by itself, only a series of coils and wheels. War demanded sacrifices, and he would make more before the end. He would have to choose the greatest good, no matter how much it cost him. Zenobia. Well, he would see her sooner or later, across a battlefield or a sword's point before all this was over. He was sure of that. The power was in the core. Obviously, he had to get the core. Doubt sunk in before he was even out of sight of the Farfarer. Why had he chosen the Sky Ripper? It was the sort of path he'd always avoided. The path of responsibility, of seriousness. Had he grown up? He didn't feel grown up. He'd made this decision from his gut, like he always did. Somehow, he'd impulsively decided to stop being impulsive. Did that make any sense?
Kinda.
What could he craft with the materials he had? Bernardo had a pretty good idea, actually.
I'll be thinking this. Thank you.
Sharp? Check. Pointy? Check. Flexible? Check. What else do you need in a sword?
Wee. Ah, here it is. More materials.
There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time. Where did that go to?
Oh.
There were fewer and fewer trees. There were only these huge crystalline growths. Had those been here before? He no longer heard birds except for the feverish cawing of the ravens when they attacked. He couldn't smell the small animals of the forest, the mice and rabbits. Where had they gone? And he was getting hungry too. This was an unhealthy place to be.
Hello? Let me out! Oh my god! God, that was stupid.
The 20 side. Its core made him feel physically sick. Once he had sneaked into a temple of the dark arts, and he hadn't liked what he smelt and saw there. This felt like that. As quick as he could, he wrangled the icosahedron into the armature. The wheels began to spin, then glow. The sick feeling quickly spun away. Now he only felt sad. He had lost good friends for this war apparatus. Maybe Lapino wasn't such a good friend. Yeah, that made him feel better. He carried his prize back to the Farfarer. Now, he had to make his next move. There was a key Imperial outpost on the Nexus. If this really was some sort of super weapon, he could use it to wreak havoc on the enemy. And if it wasn't, well, better to know that before the final battle. But maybe he should show it to some scientists first. There was an observatory on the Nexus. Maybe he should go there before he fired it. Well, of course. If you've just assembled a weapon out of legend that can exile gods from the world, you'd want to have a scientist or two look at it. And even if they disagreed and he had time, he could ask Calaveras himself. Yes, the observatory would be his objective. Why had the parts of the Sky Ripper only surfaced now, thousands of years after the Transcendent Emperor had dismantled it? The mad Emperor Isengrim had performed terrible, bloodthirsty rituals to invoke the lost gods. Was that why these ancient artifacts were rising out of the ground? How perfect, then, that the Sky Ripper would reappear to be his destruction. What was really fun was hooking yourself onto a moving ship.
Oh, come on! It's 5 fucking XP. 5 XP left, fuck's sake. Let me have all this shit, boy. Oh, come on! What the fuck? Ay, ay, ay.
Already, Renato knew more than he ever had. But about what? A legendary weapon was exactly what the rebellion needed. They were outnumbered. The once kind emperor had become a tyrant. But his ravens stayed loyal, for he fed them his victims, and the other animals were too frightened to rebel. Renato shuddered at what the Emperor was trying to do. To bring back the lost gods, the Black Harvest, the Black Sun? No. He would stop that toad, no matter what the risk. The Nexus Observatory had the Empire's most renowned scientists, working by themselves without interference. At least, so far. This sword from the mystical East could make time itself slow for you.
Damn it, I just need 2 more. Man. Oh my. Come on.
This was not going spectacularly well, thought Renato.
There we go. And my game fucking crashed. Wow, that's unfortunate. Did not expect that it could actually crash. Okay. Give me a second. Getting it back. Getting it back. Great. Let's get back to it then. I really hope I don't start at the beginning, otherwise it'll be fucking annoying. I said at the beginning, didn't I?
Why
Fuck's sake!
Sky Ripper only surfaced now, thousands of years
God damn
after
it.
the Transcendent Emperor had dismantled it. The mad Emperor Isengrim had performed terrible, bloodthirsty rituals to invoke the lost gods. Was that why these ancient artifacts were rising out of the ground?
Time to
How
skip.
perfect, then, that the Sky Ripper would reappear to be his destruction. Already, Renato knew more than he ever had. But about what? Legendary weapon was exactly what the rebellion needed. They were outnumbered. The once kind emperor had become a tyrant. But his ravens stayed loyal, for he fed them his victims, and the other animals were too frightened to rebel. Renato shuddered at what the emperor was trying to do. To bring back the lost gods, the Black Harvest, the Black Sun? No. He would stop that toad, no matter what the risk. Renato's path was clear. Let the scientists ensure the Sky Ripper was safe to use, bring it to the rebel base, and then assault the Imperial fleet for the win. This sword from the mystical East could make time itself slow for you.
Go away.
Come on! What's the function of the dodge thing and it doesn't fucking dodge properly? Oh my god, ow! Finally, there we go.
He was sort of yanking his own chain, wasn't he? Renato was thrilled. The scientists seemed to think he'd put the Sky Ripper together right. But one toad was worried.
Yeah, Sky Ripper could tear a hole in existence itself. There are invisible strings that tie the universe together. If Sky Ripper cut one, the hole would widen and widen till our whole existence fell into it.
Another toad sighed. Irving still believes in string theory.
At least go see Calaveras.
Yeah, said the worried toad.
He knows more than anyone else has forgotten about the Transcendent Emperor.
If anyone could tell him how to use this weapon safely, it would be Calaveras. It was he who had told Renato how to find it in the first place. But maybe he had to give up on using it as a weapon. Maybe he had to go to the secret rebel base and ask the generals there what he could do with a weapon that he dared not use. Well, he should have known he'd have to consult Calaveras again. The scientists at the observatory were smart enough. But what did they know of the Transcendent Emperor? He hoped it wouldn't delay him too long. The rebels had scheduled the final battle soon. Every day they delayed risked the exposure of the secret base. And some soldiers were already drifting back to their homes and families. Calaveras would fix the Sky Ripper for him. And then he would win the final battle. Maybe it was the cold. But after a few steps, Renato's optimism started to slump. What if Calaveras couldn't help? Did Renato dare use the Sky Ripper? Oh, he hated that he had chosen this path. It was so much simpler to rescue friends and attack enemies. Even if some of those friends were more trouble than his enemies, some of those enemies had been friends before and might be lovers after. No, okay, it wasn't all that much simpler, no. Physics made his brain hurt. That, at least he was sure of.
Excuse me, just checking something. Oh, okay. So it is that way. But I'll check if there's something else. Yeah, we're good.
What was really fun was hooking yourself onto a moving ship.
You would think they'd add a bit more, some bit more music in here,
Tried
but I
to
guess
focus on
guess
the
not.
now. The ravens who seemed everywhere all the time. Where did they hatch from? Were there giant raven hatcheries somewhere, or did they have families? He didn't want to think about raven mummies raising their darling raven chicks. Yeah, I can bear us with that. He would make Renato feel better about using the Sky Ripper. And then Renato wouldn't have to worry about ravens ever again. Well, now you're foxed.
Oh. Ow. Shoot you for now.
There was blood on this one, so it hadn't saved its owner.
Oh.
Welcome to Earth. Renato told the corpses. It was something he'd seen in a play once.
Oh, they really ought to put a railing on this thing, he thought.
Ah, there it is.
Give me a lever, said Archimedes, and I shall open a gate. The rebels were counting on Reynardo. He hoped Calaveras knew what he was doing.
No, one goddamn time. Hello.
Calaveras had never let him down.
Until today.
Yeah, of course I can make it work better.
But when Reynardo explained about the strings, Calaveras grew thoughtful.
Oh, strings, you say? Well, the Arcana do speak of the ties that bind the world.
He drew many intricate symbols in the dirt.
Yeah, so, according to my calculations, each time you fire, I'm afraid there's a 1 in 128 chance you'll destroy the universe.
That's pretty good odds. That's like rolling, 21 dice and they all come up 6. What are the odds of that?
What? No! It's more like 2.716s in a row.
Anyway, with those odds, it won't happen if I use it just once.
What? No. That's so not right. Each time you use it... Okay, look. Just don't use it ever. At all, okay?
All right, I guess. As he sailed away from the mountains, Reynardo could see clouds darkening. Rain? No. Ships. Imperial ships, swarming thick as bees.
This was it.
The big battle. They could not afford to lose this one. What if it did not go well? What if he had to use the Sky Ripper? Could he gamble the universe? On the other hand, what were the odds of rolling 21 sixes in a row? The battle was not going spectacularly well. What had the rebels been thinking? They'd been thinking he would bring the Sky Ripper, or the Iblis Stone, or that he'd sideline Zenobia somehow, or turn her. Couldn't he use the Sky Ripper just once? After all, if chances were 1 in 128, that meant he'd for sure be okay the first time. They'd get worse each time he used it, but the first time would be okay, right? He wasn't sure that it was right. So he didn't fire the Sky Ripper. He just brought it along, in case.
Hey.
Fire?
Okay, so level 2 is the max. Okay. Oh, there we go.
I wonder what happens if I go that way.
Attack speed. Is it coming or what?
Reynardo checked to make sure his sword was still working. Yep.
Someone had told him the odds didn't change just because you'd had a streak of good luck. His gut told him that was wrong, though. And he always listened to his gut. On the other hand, 128 chances to win. But one of them, he'd destroy the universe. Ooh, that seemed a bit serious. Maybe he could defeat the Emperor without firing the Sky Ripper. Maybe he could bluff, but with a real weapon. Like in cards, when you had 3 names, but you pretended you had a fizz-bin. That could work.
No
No skateboarding, the sign said.
Hey. Nah. Good try.
Renato wondered if his future self had commissioned these poles.
Oh, it's okay. It's getting chilly. Yeet. Come on. Let me run. Ow, what the f— that was way too close to it should have been.
He set up the Sky Ripper and let it warm up. He would bluff if he had to. Zenobia came out, flanked by a very daunting platoon of ravens. You won't actually use that, she said in that annoying, I know everything because I'm a cat and you know nothing because you're just a fox voice she had. Or I know the odds. Good, because there's a real chance you could destroy the universe. No, not the first time I use it. The odds are too low. What? No? Yeah, sure. The first time, the odds are practically nothing. They only go up if I use it a bunch more times. No, but that's not how odds work. Didn't you pay attention in class? Now surrender, or I'll use it. Just once, he said. Don't. He felt sure the odds were with him. He had to go with his gut. That's what heroes do. Fire, he said. Please? The Sky Ripper fired. With a tremendous whoosh, the Emperor's flagship went up in flames. It was awesome. And then he noticed there was a hole in the air. A blackness, like a tear in a parchment. Wind was blowing into it, widening it. It grew larger, and even larger. Crates fell upwards into it, and the world itself seemed bent, like the reflection on a curved mirror, as it poured into the ravenous hole. Ah, 1 in 128. What are the odds? Thought Renato, and then everything fell into the hole and was gone. And just like that, he was alive again, and back on the Farfarer, still fleeing burning Ubar. The book was still open before him. So, the book was a portal. It took you to the future, when your destinies would branch.
Sky Ripper and
He had
recording
failed
unstable.
and
Yeah.
died 3 times, but he'd learned another true thing. The core was powerful, but dangerous if used improperly. But he was starting to feel like he was getting the hang of this. There was a way through to victory. He could feel it. He just had to keep running the path of destinies. With that, the book fluttered back to the beginning, and he fell into it. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose.
Sorry.
The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret.
God, the story thing is so long. Like, we
Then
know
the
what the hell is
game
going on right now. Can we
Pieces
just
of the
skip a bit?
Skyripper had
Come on.
surfaced. Renata knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong, but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Let's see. Wait. Which one should I go for this time? I need one of the cat girl. But I don't know how to access that. Let's go save Lapino.
Ah, Lapino.
Oh, there's the skip button. I was trying to fucking find it for so much.
Lapino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But wait, where was the prison?
Is it mirrored? Yeah, it was entirely different. Oh, come on.
His mother never let him wave his sword around a throne. He guessed he was still compensating for that.
God damn it.
People were frightened these days. Just 2 weeks past, Renato had sneaked through an empty town and listened to the Ravens call about the Emperor's new taste in ritual sacrifice. Renato looked around the empty village and reflected. The Skyripper had turned out to be far too dangerous to be used. Time to turn to what he knew best. Barely landed a claw on him.
Oh, there it is. Where the hell am I even going? Honestly, I'm not even sure where the hell I am. Oh my god, I was fucked up. I didn't realize that was for a second.
Fresh socks, thought Renato. Please be fresh socks.
Can't, to resistance, treasure hunter. I guess this one.
Hero wall. Hero sword. Firewall. Fire extinguisher.
Come on. I need 200. Oh boy, that's a lot. The fact I can't dismantle the shit that I gotten, that kinda sucks. Oh well.
Swell. He'd always wanted to do that.
Oh, there's not much I can do, so.
Ravens were landing everywhere. The advance guard. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lupino first, they'd eat him for breakfast. Or a snack. Ravens weren't picky. If they got hungry, they sometimes forgot to interrogate their prisoners. Even top spies like Lupino. Well, unless he really was a traitor, obviously. Then they'd probably pin a medal on his chest.
Dear Ria, how you joined the academy? Your friends must be flocking around you, no doubt. In the palace, things are the same. I'm much tend to dedicate to my special hobby. I've been collaborating with Professor Calvus as team experts to investigate the nature of the island. My guts tell me that islands are alive, but they don't have a will of their own. Do you hear me, daughter, or would could be more than floating masses of rock and water? Professor Calvus and his boys have made measurements. The islands are drifting, surrounded by endless sky. It's difficult to notice, but through their careful measurement of the wind over a long period of time, it is certain that the islands are moving westward. And where to? It takes centuries, millennia, to reach its destination. Not this strange idea. What if the islands are some sort of herd, and they are deliberately searching for other herds of islands? You imagine new islands have their own inhabitants. None of them might not be alone. No, I could have lived long enough to witness an event. My father. There he is. Sup?
Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lupino. The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato
We capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows. And that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
capture the Emperor's greatest general, who also happened to be a deadly sorcerer and his only daughter? That would be worth it. On the other hand, he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power. Zenobia? The city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her efficiency. Renato shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogators. Could he really turn her over to them? But this was war. It wasn't meant to be pretty.
Ew. Ugh. Excuse me. Ugh. think it do. Thank you very much.
The city was burning, and there was no one to put out the fires. If somehow Zenobia survived her father and inherited his crown, what sort of empire would she be heir to? But he couldn't think about that, could he? Not quite enough, thought Renato. This jewel was more than sparkly. It had arcane power and an engraving. To Cindy.
Who?
Why was Lupino urging him to capture Zenobia? Obviously it was a trap. But you never knew how Lupino thought. Sometimes his plans were so convoluted they did the exact opposite to what Lupino wanted. Yeah, there must be some way to play on that, Leonardo thought. This chest contained a Vorpal sword. I'm just kidding. Vorpal swords don't exist.
Yeet. Ow, 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 ow.
He was practically sure he'd find something useful in one of these things. So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lupino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, a net, setting the Farfarer a little bit on fire, Lupino dressing as an old blind toad, and Renato hiding inside a monstrous watermelon. What could possibly go wrong? Thought Renato. Oh, go ahead. I'm sure you know better, said Lupino. Hey! Hey, a workbench! He could try out his new bling. Yeah!
There we go. Up here.
This stone was
Wait, look at that.
incredibly valuable. Renato could sense it. Also, it still had its price tag.
Is Rita's letter your document chambers ready to spend your last night before? Well, you know, I will not apologize. I know you were too proud to forgive me. I also know you won't resist reading though, you are a cat. Just have try to educate you like a proper toad. Study and you have to believe me that I planet authors when I adopted you. Those have been my special little kitten. That's why I'm writing this now, weeks in advance. You'll know when I had the heart to do it the night of the sacrifice. I would think you am a daughter then. May change my mind. Must think I am selfish, and yes, I am selfish. Said little toad that is afraid to die, but why I'm doing your will, ultimately serve the greater good. Want the power, want it all, so I can keep my subject content. Please for eternity, even hate me now. He can still respect that. You have to. As only they can forgive myself for doing this thing. Miss you for eternity. Tomorrow, try not to make a scene. Everyone will be watching. Still with love, Father. There's gonna be a fight here, so. Bye-bye.
Renato felt ready to become faster, stronger, bolder. If only he could figure out which. Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. Where were her guards? Finally, he reached her bedroom. She was curled up on her bed. Oh, he'd forgotten how beautiful she was. How sleek. How soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She became smoke. And he noticed he had a blade to his throat. Stay a while. Heard a familiar voice. Did you really think you could capture me? Zenobia said as her ship lifted off. Now I just wanted some privacy. Renato said, did you ever wonder why the Emperor adopted you? And he told her why. His Imperial Majesty wanted to bring the lost gods back. They could make him immortal. But to seal the bargain, he needed a sacrifice. Someone who truly loved him. You're lying. She was furious. You can't prove that. I can. And so, they set sail for the Nexus. The scientists at the observatory have resurrected one of his victims. Well, he's not exactly alive, but it can talk, and it can't lie. You took a big risk. You know, I could just cast a spell to make you tell me where the rebel base is. And you wouldn't consider that cheating? She frowned. Ugh, fine. Let's go get your witness. The rebellion had started after atrocities that the Empire hushed up. Renato had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred for one book. He had slept in a burnt village. Dead kittens and puppies had come to tell him what the Emperor had done to them.
What's behind door number 2?
Sorry. Itchy.
That is how we do it, said Renato to himself.
Nice. School within the gospel of the transcendent emperor. Last divinity to pierce the sky. We branch the evil old gods and grant us the gift of time. But could one man, defined as he may be, read something as intricate as time? On my own theory, I believe that time is a symptom rather than a gift, and confess that on the cosmic scale, there's a pendulum motion between order and chaos. So the emperor and the chaos and start the age we live in. Age cause and effect, of fact and logic. Time is merely the tapestry upon which those laws manifest themselves, his foundation of order's companion and trophy. When the age of chaos, when the old god reigns, such carries more weight than facts. Emotion can shape worlds, and time ceases to exist. The age of order is ending. I'm really helping the inevitable entropy of the broken. It has been breached, and the time is coming, and I shall embrace it. There we go. Go, hop.
Renato wondered idly if people who had built these poles had really, really long tentacles.
Ow. Be taking all these, thank you.
She caught up with him. Don't you think I'd know if my father started practicing black magic? Why? Would you want to join in? Oh, no, I'd destroy his books and... All right, I suppose I wouldn't. She stopped, troubled. He ran on. Renato had been searching for a way to save the rebellion. Lapina wanted to capture and interrogate Zenobia. But if he could show her proof of her father's madness, maybe she would join the rebellion.
I need more ores.
This is quite the view, he thought.
Ow! Okay. Bruh.
The mysterious sword from the east made you so fast you could catch a fly with your chop. If that was your requirement.
this. And it's burned. Oh, that's unfortunate.
The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The Ravens had taken care to burn the reanimated witness to cinders. Zenobia stared around, shocked. The scientists had been neutral. They had no part in the rebellion. "Take me to your council," she said, shaken. "I have things to tell them." It was what Renato had gambled on. The Zenobia would turn against her father once she knew his madness. But the rebel base was secret. Could he really risk taking the Emperor's daughter there? Renato reached Lapino by Farspeaker Toad, the one creature the Ravens had left alive at the observatory. Lapino seemed awfully anxious to meet him at the secret base. If he was a spy for the Empire, he'd turn around and reveal the coordinates to the Empire, jeopardizing the entire rebellion. But Renato couldn't bear to think that Lapino would commit such horrible treachery. There was still good in the Mad Rabbit. He felt sure of it. "I'll meet up with you at the base," Lapino said through the Toad. "Good thinking." Renato gave him the coordinates. "There's a shuttle here I can borrow." Renato found Zenobia in the chart room. "I've been having awful dreams," she said. "Dead kittens and worse. I thought they were only dreams, you know. Why would anyone want the lost gods back? In those days, the favorite of a god could become immortal." She held herself and shivered. "He wants to become an eater of souls." "Well, I'm not afraid of dying. Just dying of boredom," Renato said, but she didn't laugh. Silence fell as they flew towards the ruins of the city of Ubar, where the rebellion leadership was hiding. If Zenobia couldn't help them fight off her father, no one could. As they touched the ground, he could smell the ravens and hear their hungry caws in the distance. "They're probably looking for me," she said. "You go on ahead." She had that fiery look in her eyes that he'd always loved. It was a bit odd, though. How easy she'd been to convince. It was what he'd gambled on, but he'd expected more of an argument. She'd always loved to argue. She considered it the fastest way to the truth. Maybe she'd long suspected the truth. Sometimes all it took was taking the bandages from your eyes. That must be it, he told himself. Every day he was getting better and better. He missed her. Not Zenobia. Hypatia, the kid's mother. Renato had never thought he'd date a librarian. He'd always figured himself for the barmaid type. But then, he'd never figured the library of Ubar would have comic books, or that Hypatia would know anything about them. He missed her. Yeah!
With all the
the artisans he was creating employment for. Truly, he was a job creator. If Zenobia had really turned, the war could soon be over. She could send orders to the fleet that would leave their defenses wide open. The rebels could sail right in and capture the Emperor. Victory, with not too many casualties. Who leaves these chests everywhere? Wondered Renato. I should send him a thank you note. Magical jewel. Renato couldn't wait to find a workbench.
Ah, so close. I just need 8 more. Man.
What did you do if one of these platforms stalled?
And up we go. Oh, come on. I just need one more.
They caught their breath under a ruined arch. It's beautiful, she said. This was the library of Ubar, he said. Your father's ravens thought they had an ancient book. She nodded. Was she crying? This was exactly what I wanted, Renato thought. To turn her to our cause. So, why do I feel something is terribly wrong? Because nothing ever goes this smoothly, is why.
That fucking platform is actually blinding me. Oh my god. That was stupid. What the fuck? Punish, terrorize, humiliate. The masses have been raising their fists, led by a handful of nobles with too much ambition. Is it envy of the power that I seek to resist? They want for what they want for something? Or you just criminal who want to steal from us? There is but one punishment. It's a shrine of death. Example of our leaders, execute anyone who dares to follow them. Or is it fear that the sacrifice I've been making would extend to? This is a war for survival. I don't know the true meaning of fear. Strike them fast and strike them hard. Make them suffer, burn everything they hold dear. There's a pride that the meaning of sacrifice will never escape their comprehension. In conclusion, the say in my decision, this arrogance cannot be allowed. Take those who surrender to the salt mines, take the lung filled with corrosive dust, let them betray one life for scraps of food. Let the treasure wash they stole in this savagery, and the rebelling without mercy. Huh. There we go.
Ooh, wouldn't this gauntlet look swell with that jewel in it?
Now I just need 95 more to finish and work with the swords.
Renato hated gogglers, but it freaked him out to cut them.
Ow, ow, ow.
The long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good.
Ah.
That is a very cool sword, thought Renato. But seriously, he couldn't feel his paw anymore.
God, that dialogue is so fucking corny. How you guys showing up so far?
The council toads swarmed around Zenobia, shocked she was there, shocked she had changed sides. Then the walls exploded. He heard toads croaking, "Oh, the ravens!" Blackbirds were pouring through holes everywhere. "It's a trap!" cried the council speaker. In the confusion, he saw flashes of magic. Then Zenobia being hustled off by Imperial troops. So, she had betrayed him after all. Renato ran for his ship. The Farfarer flew into the clouds, barely losing the Imperial ravens pursuing him. The rebellion was lost, and he had lost it. There was nothing to do but find Zenobia and make her pay for her treachery. His heart ached. He still loved her. But he had trusted her, and he had been a fool. She would be back at the fleet, gloating with her mad, bloodthirsty father. For all Renato knew, she was helping him bring back the old, lost gods back from their exile.
Renato landed in the middle of the Imperial fleet. The rebels were losing badly. Without leadership, it was a slaughter. Renato felt strangely free, trying not to think about how he had lost the war. Trying not to think about how he had loved Zenobia, blinded himself to her treachery. That's what it meant to be a hero. To keep on fighting after the most bitter of betrayals. To never know if you could trust anyone. Cats. What a waste of fur.
These were really nice chests. You should take one home, he thought.
Going around the sweet of sun.
What had happened to Lupino? Had the Mad Rabbit fled to safety? Or was he forlornly carrying on like the few rebels Renato could see here or there? It didn't matter anymore. All there was slash and spin, parry and lunge, over and over as he fought his way across the fleet. All there was finding the girl he'd once loved, who had used his love against him and putting as big a hole in her heart as she'd left in his.
Come on.
The platform used a hybrid propulsion system fueled by anti-gravity and wishful thinking. Renato had learned so much. It was time to turn it into something he could use.
Ow! What the f- Phew! Ugh. Ow. Ow. Kinda thinking that there's no, like, final boss thing here, but it's fine.
And suddenly, Zenobia was there, advancing a Lupino. So the Mad Rabbit had survived. "Save me, or I'm done for!" screamed Lupino. Zenobia turned, showing her teeth in a smile. "You're alive!" Renato ran towards the witch. "Lupino's the one who betrayed you!" she shouted. "He warned my father!" Before he could think, Renato sank his sword into the sorceress. She stared at him, heartbroken. "No! Lupino's the traitor!"
Renato had an awful, sinking feeling in his stomach. Then, he felt a knife in his back. "I'm afraid she's right," said the Mad Rabbit. "Ain't I a stinker?" Then, the sun went out. Damn it. And he hadn't learned anything new this time. He'd done the same thing twice, yet expected a different outcome.
Truth Vendor unlocked. The Truth Vendor will help you find the path. Okay, so I was doing the right one.
To win. Renato could feel it.
Okay, I was doing the right one. I just chose the wrong choice by accident.
He'd never made before he could figure it all out, though. And with that, the book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again. And he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. But could Renato really leave an old friend to the Ravens?
Alright, I'm gonna take a small little break. I'll be right back. You guys have something to drink, have something to eat, and all of that stuff. I'll be RB. Also 420. Nice. Alright, I am back. Alright, let's continue. Now, where do I go from here? Getting all the stories is gonna be a bitch to get through.
Ah, Lapino.
Don't care. Just gonna speed run majority of it.
Lapino had apparently managed to confuse the judge by arguing that he hadn't actually stolen a winged horse. He'd only sold it. But wait, where was the prison? The village was empty. Had everybody fled the ravens? That was odd. Bernardo had been here, at this exact place, at this exact time. But this time, there were so many more ravens. It was definitely easier to fight inanimate objects.
I think that's the last one.
Bernardo looked around the empty village and reflected. The Sky Ripper had turned out to be far too dangerous to be used. Time to turn to what he knew best. Bernardo knew the raw power he had gained could be molded into greatness. That could come in handy in a pinch.
Yeah, I think that's all of it. There we go. Yeah, this is pretty much due. I just need to get enough ore to just make it last on for the flame. Upgrade the flame. Sword. I can dock. And otherwise though, I think that's pretty much it. Just need to fight. And just be like max
Bernardo's
up.
nose told him there was treasure there. They must have forgotten it in a hurry. Surely they wouldn't mind if he helped himself to it. After all, they wouldn't even know. There was still no sign of Lapino. Not a hair, not a pellet. Was he hiding in the cemetery further down the road? That didn't seem like him.
That is so shit. The fuck?
Lapino would betray him. But now Renato knew that. What would Lapino do if he knew that Lapino was going to betray him? Well, he'd concoct some crazy scheme, wouldn't he? That used Lapino's betrayal against him and it would blow up in his face. Maybe he was overthinking this. Well, that would be a first.
Can I borrow that?
Oh.
Dirty and bloody, Renato finally reached Lapino.
No shit.
The rabbit was practicing his shuffle. Renato we capture Zenobia, we find out what she knows, and that's the whole war right there. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Capture the Emperor's greatest general, who also happened to be a deadly sorcerer and, oh, his only daughter? That would be worth it. On the other hand, he could still get to the core of the Sky Ripper, even if he couldn't get the whole thing. It must have great power. The city was already under Zenobia's control. I had to admire her efficiency. Renato shivered at the thought of Zenobia at the mercy of the interrogators. Could he really turn her over to them? But this was war. It wasn't meant to be pretty.
Hey! I got this friend who's a swan. Could he join up if he dyes his feathers?
Come on.
Renato checked for a false compartment. Nope.
Oh, the animation did not go through. Well.
Why was Lapino urging him to capture Zenobia? Obviously, it was a trap. But you never knew how Lapino thought. Sometimes his plans were so convoluted they did the exact opposite to what Lapino wanted. Yeah, there must be some way to play on that, Renato thought.
God damn it. There we go.
Who are you looking at? Oh, right. No one. So, what's this plan of yours? Use me as bait, said Lupino. And he outlined a slightly complicated plan that involved geese, a net, setting the Farfarer a little bit on fire, Lupino dressing as an old blind toad, and Reynardo hiding inside a monstrous watermelon. What could possibly go wrong? Thought Reynardo. Oh, go ahead. I'm sure you know better, said Lupino. Had that door been opened before?
Oh!
Reynardo slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. Where were her guards? Finally, he reached her bedroom.
Skip!
Curled up at her bed. Oh, he'd forgotten how beautiful she was.
Skip! Oh my god.
How soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She became smoke. And he noticed he had a blade to his throat. Stay a while, purred a familiar voice. Did you really think you could capture me? Zenobia said as her ship lifted off. Now I just wanted some privacy, Reynardo said. Did you ever wonder why the Emperor adopted you? And he told her why. His Imperial Majesty wanted to bring the lost gods back. They could make him immortal. But to seal the bargain, he needed a sacrifice. Someone who truly loved him. You're lying. She was furious. You can't prove that. I can. And so, they set sail for the Nexus. The scientist... Reynardo wondered if it wasn't cheaper to build bridges and stairs. The rebellion had started after atrocities that the Empire hushed up. Reynardo had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred for one book. He had slept in a burnt village. Dead kittens and puppies had come to tell him what the Emperor had done to them.
Hello? Okay. What the fuck?
She caught up with him. Don't you think...
Wee. Going around at the speed of sound. Da 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 da. Na 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 na.
It wasn't his fault. They looked so... breakable.
Ow. Oh, come on.
Energy spheres. Easy to dodge, but boy do they sting if you didn't pay attention. Beautifully. Who was a bard when you needed one? The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The ravens had taken care to burn the reanimated witness to cinders. Zenobia stared around. "Take me to your council," she said, shaken. "I have things to tell them." It was what Renato had gambled on. The Zenobia would turn against her father once she knew his madness. But the rebel base was secret. Could he really risk taking the Emperor's daughter there? Renato reached Lupino by Farspeaker Toad.
No, we should take her to the base,
Insisted Lupino. "No, I don't trust her. Nobody changes sides that fast," said Renato.
I better go to the base. Let them know you've got her.
Lupino said. For some reason, Renato wasn't sure that was a good idea. "Just meet me at the far side of the mountains. There's a shuttle here I can take,"
Always has to be your way, doesn't it?
said Lupino. Zenobia was still shaking as they got out. "I didn't know," she said. "The ravens kept it secret. At first they sacrificed prisoners, then villages near the frontier, and then an orphanage. Kittens and puppies. Sometimes he'd come back to the palace and it was like there were glowing things behind his eyes. But I was so busy." "I'll clear a path for us," Renato told Zenobia, "so the ravens don't see you." Don't look down, he thought.
It's probably not this way. Let me open it!
I never get tired of doing that, thought Renato.
I never gone to this base often, so I don't exactly remember what was here again.
Ah, the road less traveled, thought Renato. How intriguing.
There's nothing here. And sell you above the goddamn ground. Okay. Okay. I guess nothing here. Running around at the speed of
This
sound.
would be the perfect place for a tic-tac-toe board. Zenobia came up as he massaged his sore arm. Her eyes were wet. He's been saying strange things. He asked me to do experiments. And some were wrong.
They are banished, right? Said Renato. Gone forever. I mean, he couldn't actually bring the old gods back, could he? She didn't answer him. That frightened him more than anything.
Do 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 na 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 na.
Have you ever felt you were just going round in circles? Renato felt like that.
You guys ever wonder why the Imperial Ravens are always hiring?
I don't think I explored this way yet. Might as well see. Might as well see. Wow. During the expedition have sent to the depths beyond the island, they have returned. All 3 ships have returned out of the 8 it's sent. First time more than losses, but the knowledge to survive brought back is invaluable. The experience is incredible. The air gradually grows denser and more turbulent, until it becomes a suffocating, bone-crushing thunderstorm. But the island, then keeps stretching for miles beyond the surface, and they have roots that radiates downward, far beyond sight. Islands are alive, and this is the proof I was looking for. The thick air at the depths kept them afloat. And the depths they found their sustenance. Did they have a conscience, or they were of existence, or merely parasites that made I can wear tolerate? Let's for another experience myself. This time I'll go myself. I need to see a wondrous world of the endless deep sky. Hope you will visit me before I leave. I'd like to hear more about that new friend of yours, Ronaldo, my father.
As for the gate, well, you could take her or leave her. Sorry,
Haha.
it's best I could do. It was time for a little exploration. Renato wondered if he should have taken Zenobia to the rebel base for real. Maybe she wasn't playing him after all. After the bleak talk about the Emperor's dark secrets, he was regretting his suspicion. When Renato went to the china shop, for some reason the owner was always nervous.
Let's see. Get some more energy. Why not?
They came up on an empty shack. He gestured her in. "Where's the base?" she asked, confused. "I thought we could talk a bit first."
Oh, you think I'm playing you? She was furious. I'm betraying my father who picked me out of an alley, and you think I'm playing you?
She lashed out. Her claws sliced fire into his face. Energy boiled in her other paw. But before she could kill him, he slashed his sword into her heart. She staggered.
I could have loved you. You son of a bitch.
And then she died. Renato stood there for hours, unable to move. Finally, a ship landed near him. Lapino had brought the Farfarer. On board the Farfarer, Lapino couldn't stop grinning.
I can't believe you actually killed her.
Why didn't I trust her? Renato said. All he could feel was emptiness.
You killed the Emperor's daughter.
You might want to run for it, if you care whether you live or die, that is. Since Renato didn't, he grabbed the wheel, and he sailed for the Imperial fleet.
You son of a bitch.
Renato had never felt worse. Zenobia had listened to him. He had trusted him. She'd opened her eyes to her father's evil. And everything he had hoped for. He had taken her to a dirty shack. Was he so used to lying that he couldn't trust even the girl he had always loved?
Okay, so it's not that.
A portal that led right into the middle of the fleet. It was a glaring weakness in the defense.
I had to use stamina for that? Oh my god.
There was an engraving. Maximum capacity, 130 people.
could see the rebels reeling back as he plunged into the ranks of the Ravens. He'd had to kill the girl he loved, but he'd also blown the biggest opportunity they could have had, to turn the Emperor's daughter against him. Oh, Renato could only laugh miserably. He was taking crazy chances now, swinging wildly. He expected the Ravens to take him at any moment, but they were running in fear. No one wants to fight a man who doesn't care if he lives. No one wants to fight a hero.
I pick you!
Kept their size the same as always. Alright.
He was exhausted. Could barely think. He wanted to stop thinking. The rebels were already finished, and he was the last. The Ravens were coming for him personally now, in waves. It didn't matter. He was slick with his own blood, but it didn't matter. In the distance, he could see her, embraced by a halo of light, holding her hand out to him. Had she forgiven him? Would she take him to the halls of the Valiant? Then he felt steel in his belly, and his chest, and his back. And he lay down, and he couldn't see her anymore. He should go back to some of the choices he'd faced before. Maybe there were new paths that had opened up, like those doors he was opening up all over the map that took him to new treasures and around his enemies. But he'd learned another true thing. Zenobia still had feelings for him. The book's pages fluttered to the beginning once again. Faster than before? And he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong, but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its
I had to take the stone and get to the...
His old friend Lapino needed rest.
Oh, never mind, there's the key.
Of course. Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion, and he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
I guess I can come to Baos later.
Renato finally realized that Lapino was a traitor to the cause, and maybe Renato could use that somehow. Renato couldn't quite put his paw on when he'd realized Lapino was working for the Empire. He'd never exactly seen Lapino sending coded messages to the palace, but he was sure. The rabbit had been on too many disastrous missions where he was the only survivor, or where he accidentally missed getting on the boat that went down to the abyss in flames. If Renato could prevent Lapino from getting back to the fleet with all the intelligence he'd probably gathered, it might be worth the trip. How had they come to this? They'd been on so many adventures together. Lapino had talked Renato out of prison at least 4 times, and Renato had rescued Lapino from at least 2 lynch mobs. Wow! The sword felt even colder.
I don't really need any more ores, so I can just ignore the treasure chest at this point. Oh, come on! Oh, crap.
I always felt that the rabbit resented him. Lapino was hilarious because he was so down on himself and everyone else. But behind the laughs, he wasn't a happy camper. Oh, was this payback? Or did the Empire have his little white tail in a vice?
Yeet. There we go.
Ravens were landing everywhere from dropships. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lapino first, the rabbit would give the Empire all the intelligence he'd been stealing from the rebellion, and they'd probably give him a medal. He'd have to be very careful about how he played Lapino. At the slightest hint of danger, the mad rabbit would take off like a rabbit.
Holy shit. Huh. Fuck off.
Bloody and exhausted, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing shuffling his favorite deck. Now that he knew what the rabbit was, there were a few things about him that Renato didn't find so amusing anymore. You sent me an urgent message saying that you're in danger. Oh, I am. The Ravens are coming. Now, I got a clever plan to kidnap Zenobia. Renato wanted to clap shackles on the rabbit and shout, "You're a traitor, and I'm not falling for it." But if there was one thing Renato was sure of, it was that the core of the Sky Ripper was dangerous mostly to its user. If he could put it in the Emperor's hands, old Isengrim III might blow himself and his fleet up with it. Yes, that was it.
We don't know which one is to go for. Oh, let's do the...
Renato felt like a real hero, brave and smart. He told the rabbit all about the Sky Ripper's God's Eye core.
I'll go get the core while you attack Zenobia.
He told the rabbit.
But wait, I have an even better idea. I'll get the core and you attack Zenobia, said the rabbit.
Right, yeah, that is better, agreed Renato. Perfect. The traitor would make sure the Emperor got the core. Now Renato just needed the Emperor to use the core. If he could only get something that the Emperor wanted very badly. Zenobia. He could save her and bait the Emperor at the same time. Right. Now, all Renato had to do was fight his way through Zenobia's invading troops, sneak onto her ship and into her bedroom, and kidnap her without any of her dozens of guards alerting her. Then, he would rely on her love for him to convince her how evil her father was, so she'd run away with him instead of going back to her father, who was going to blow himself up. It
did sound a little risky. But Renato had a feeling it would work out somehow. It always did. That was always a rush.
Bonk, bonk. Okay. That was easy. And down we go. Whee!
Renato hoped his mother wasn't watching.
Nah! It's fine, it's a faster way, so...
Renato was halfway to Zenobia's encampment when Lupino showed up. He was disheveled and distraught.
They jumped us. I barely got away.
Oh, they got the core. Oh, it was all going according to plan, thought Renato. Now he just needed Zenobia on his side. Yes, that was even better. The Iblis Stone. Zenobia could get it. And then the Emperor would have to pursue them. Wait. No. The gem would corrupt anyone. Even her. That's it, he thought. Even Lupino. Even though Lupino was already a traitor. It would turn him against his secret master, the Emperor. He would try to make himself Emperor. And the Emperor would have to defend himself with the core. Boom. He was a super genius.
Oh my god!
This is terrible, Renato told the rabbit. If only I had gone for the Iblis Stone. But now it's lost in enemy territory. He handed Lupino a map. It gives the bearer so much power. We can only hope the Emperor never finds it. What was that? Said Lupino. I think someone's following us. I didn't hear anything. Rabbit ears. You go on ahead. I'll check it out. And with that, Lupino hopped off with the map.
I think we're good. Ow.
Hey, wanna hook up?
Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. She was curled up on her bed. He'd forgotten how beautiful she was, how sleek, how soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She was made of smoke, and he noticed he had a very solid blade to his throat. Did you really think you could capture me? Purred a familiar voice. I just wanted to chat, said Renato. Did you ever wonder why the Emperor adopted you? He needs a sacrifice. Someone who truly loves him, to make a bargain with the lost gods. That's a vicious lie. He wants to bring them back. That's crazy. Why would anyone... They could make him immortal. An eater of souls. And with that, her eyes widened. She understood. Renato told her how he had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred. How he had slept in a burnt village. At midnight, the Emperor's victims had come to him in his dreams to tell him of the hideous eldritch rituals they'd been sacrificed in. He could still see those kittens and puppies. Their wide, sad eyes, their moist noses. You can't prove that. I've got a witness at the observatory. He couldn't tell her, not yet, why he was really here. He didn't want her to be anywhere near
About
the fleet
Daddy,
when her
oh my
father
God.
blew himself and Lupino up. So he told her about how the Emperor's obscene rituals had raised ancient artifacts out of the land. How he'd followed the appalling trail of the hideous horrors His Majesty had perpetrated for the sake of his own immortality. Any of this ring a bell? He said.
He told me it was all lies.
You've always known when I was lying. I always hated that about you, said Renato. The rebellion had started after atrocities that the Empire hushed up. Renato had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred for one book. He had slept in a burnt village. Dead kittens and puppies had come to tell him what the Emperor had done to them.
Wee.
Sometimes, at home, he'd wave his sword around for hours.
Don't you think I'd know if my father...
Speedrun! Ah.
Imagine getting a horse up in one of these things. He would be cursing a blue streak.
Ow.
Could be the new aerobics craze. Am I right?
And it's burned.
The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The Ravens had taken special care to burn the reanimated witness to cinders. Zenobia stared at the carnage. He didn't want me to hear the witness, did he? I guess not. What's your plan? She asked. So, Renato explained his brilliant gambit. Sending Lupino to get the Iblis Stone, become super powerful and corrupted, provoke the Emperor into using the core against him, thus blowing up both of them, and hopefully the fleet too. Let me visit your council, she said, shaken. I want to help. Could he really trust her? He'd done it. He'd made Zenobia see how evil her father really was. He wished she didn't feel this urge to join in the rebellion. After all, he'd taken care of the Emperor, right? Yeah, but she'd always been conscientious like that. She told him she had to go somewhere first. So Renato gave her the location of the secret base, and they agreed to meet in the ruins. He had a very good feeling about this.
A very, very good feeling.
What had Zenobia gone off to do? What was more important than meeting the rebel council? Had he made a mistake, sending her to the ruins? No. He knew they could trust each other. He could trust her because she never broke her word. And she could trust him because she could see right through him. Well, she'd probably be there well before him. She at least didn't have to fight her way through rainstorms of ravens. He thought about Hypatia. Oh, she'd been an amazing rabbit. She could talk to him about comics, and talk to her son about history and battles, and talk to scholars about the ancient tomes hidden deep in the vaults of the Library of Ubar. Oh, Renato really missed her.
What?
As he came around the bend, there was Lupino, unconscious on the side of the path. And Renato could smell a familiar, sweet, smoky scent. Who? Zenobia. It had to be. She never used a combat spell when she could use drowsy gas. That meant she had the Iblis Stone. What would it do to her? She hated her father now. She'd kill him for sure. The council wouldn't mind if she killed the Emperor, but murdering her father would destroy her. He had to get to whatever ledge she was on and talk her down from it. These things really slice like ham. Long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good. Only he had some way to break the ice. Or convince it he was a friend. Everyone in the council chamber was dead. Zenobia stood shivering in the courtyard, drenched in blood. Why? He managed. They started arguing with me. I lost my temper and I wanted their blood. Well, not me. The stone did. Why did you take it from Lupino? I had a plan. You had a stupid plan, she said. I'm going to go kill my father now. No, you can't. You'll just take his place. You'll become worse than him. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too.
Stop.
You won't kill me, he said. And I won't let you kill the Emperor. Enraged, she raised the sword. You hate him too? He could sense the Iblis Stone, yearning for his death. But she didn't strike. If you kill him, he'll destroy you. I know you. Shut up! She shouted, her sword trembling. I won't lose you again. Not for anything. Get away from me!
he said, and he was very close. I can't lose you again. And he was in reach of her sword now. I hate him! I hate you too! I love you, he said for the very first time. And then she was weeping. He was holding her. The sword had dropped from her hand. He glanced at the Ibla stone. It was no longer the black of the void. It looked like coal. No. It glowed, like a cinder. It was crackling, burning, crumbling into ashes. You've always loved me, haven't you? She said. She was weak. The stone had taken so much from her. Always, he said. She staggered as he helped her up. Let me take you away. Where? The island of Avalon. The sisters will heal you. He will follow us. Then we need the Farfarer, the fastest ship in the Empire. The Empire had seized his ship. They'd have to take it back. The portal was heavily guarded. It must go someplace they really didn't want it to go.
Fucking Ow, my head. Try again.
Hey, what do ravens say when they die? Never mind. I'll wait. Zenobia was in no shape to fight. But he never fought so well. He wasn't fighting for money or loot or a cause. He was fighting for her. For them. His sword danced, his feet flew, and the ravens recoiled from his ferocity. Don't look down, he told himself. Don't look down.
Excuse me. I'll be right back real quick. I need to pick up some stuff. BRB. I'm back with some food. Right, let's get going.
And there it was, his beautiful skycraft, the Farfarer. They would fare very far indeed, beyond the Empire, beyond the reach of the Empire, to the mystical island of Avalon. He didn't know exactly where it was, but he knew he could find it. And they would find peace there. Second star on the right, and straight on till morning, laughed Zenobia. And they laughed together for the first time in a long time.
Oh, okay.
That had gone rather well, actually.
I mean, oh my god! Ow! Oh my god, that tag team, holy shit, ow! Let me out! Oh my god, hate that. You,
Can I move? Oh my god. What is this spot? Oh my god. God, that was so fucking stupid.
But they did not go unnoticed. Scout ships lifted off, and the long lance of the Imperial flagship. Bernardo turned downwind to gain speed. The Raven ships could pursue, but they couldn't close. The Far Speaker croaked, "You return her and live!" "Go sacrifice yourself," yelled Bernardo. "Then you won't have her either." On the flagship, the Emperor was readying some arcane weapon. It couldn't be. It was the core. A devastating beam lanced out of the flagship. Bernardo zigzagged wildly to keep the Farfare out of it. Now the Raven scout ships were closing the distance, and the beam was getting closer too. Then came a blinding flash, and the air was searingly hot all around him. There was a thunderous, deafening roar. He could smell burnt oak and burnt feathers and burnt flesh. But when he could hear and see again, they were alive and unhurt. And they were alone in the sky. Zenobia embraced him. They had done it. Through luck and through love, they had won the war. "Avalon, here we come," he said as he held her arms wide in the prow of the boat and let her feel its speed. "Maybe the real Avalon is wherever we're together," she said. And so, after a bit of an argument, Bernardo and Zenobia went to one of the two Avalons. The one shrouded in mists, or the one in their hearts. But which one they went to, I'll never tell. He'd done it. He'd forged his own destiny.
Yippee!
Well, he hadn't actually done it, but he knew what he would do. Renato smiled at the book. He practically wanted to kiss it. The kid's sacrifice hadn't been in vain. He'd saved the book and saved the world. Renato owed him and his mother so much. Renato lowered the mainsail and let the Farfarer shoot forward in the breeze. Second star to the right, and straight on till morning. This time, he would win.
Hey, what are you doing? Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow where we'll play some Final Fantasy 16. Where I beat shit up. Your games that I can skip those. I don't really care. Ibis Stone and Sky Ripper always active. The fuck does that mean?
The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong, but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis Stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion, and he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
Okay, so I'm pretty much done with majority of my achievements in Steam, but there's like two or three I have not done yet. So let me take a look. Have small some chest, craft a magical sword. Plus 100 in item object. Do a die maximum of 5 times the story. Curiosity never killed anyone, right? Open yours up. When your first gym, be careful and finish the double up taking damage from start to finish. Third. Huh. Discover Lupino's little secret. Find out why the Skyrim was sitting so well. Put 25 predator to sleep, the eternal kind. Do research each type of enemy with your sword. Show 25 the shield ravens the best. Hope 25 explosive reason, do just that. Find out about Zenobia's behavior. Oh, spinning, yeah. Find level 3 gem, follow the Iblis. Use each sword to open a different door. Achieve a 60 hit combo, which I've probably done, but I have done yet. Pick the feathers off of 500 dead ravens, which I did last time. Open 50 small chests to find out space for all these goodies. Remember your own talents by spending 15. Slice 50 raven warlocks in 2. Set fun on every Oz and Borealis. Boreas. Bring 50 enemies closer to you, make all the right choice. Look for fabulous treasure in 25 epic chests. Forge all the well swords and make them as best you can. Old Fox new tricks. Use every trick in the book during the combat encounters. Book form, you have to discover all into the book can show you. And Swordfu Master, once all knowledge you have reward you will be interesting. Well, it shouldn't take it too long, I hope.
The island was Every child could sing verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away. Were all these things the Iblis stone? Long hidden in a buried temple, another ancient item that was only resurfacing now, drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals? Is that a word for a lot of ravens? Like a doofus of ravens?
Ow.
The ravens were already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. Then he hadn't come too late. This was way better than being able to shrink down to the size of an owl. What's that all about anyway?
There we go.
can't
Ow.
really reason with an energy ball, he thought.
Ow.
There had to be some way to use the Iblis stone. It was old, wasn't it? People are so much cleverer now. And Renato was pretty sure he was cleverer than most people. That was awesome!
What the? Bitch.
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders. Renato had always wanted a flying carpet. This was more like a flying tabletop, but it would do. It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. It was the stone, eager, thirsty. Kill the Emperor's daughter. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once, and he had a sneaking suspicion the gem would try to control him. Why not capture the core of Skyripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. "It's the core," said the stone anxiously. But even though Renato knew how evil the gem was, he had a clever plan for dealing with it. The gem could give great power, but it was evil. But Renato had a plan. He would divide the stone into the power half and the evil half. He sought out the sage Calaveras.
Oh, you need a mirror of splitting.
Croaked Calaveras.
I can make one.
Calaveras set up various shiny things. And soon Renato was setting the stone down in the middle of Calaveras' lab. There was a flash, and now Renato was looking at himself. Except with a mustache, and a goatee and darker hair. There were two Iblis stones. One light and one dark. Renato took the light one. He felt a rush of great power. Now I could defeat the Emperor. Wait a minute. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of any way to use it without hurting someone. That wouldn't be nice. "Give me that," said his evil-looking twin. And he drew his sword. He only got it halfway out of the scabbard when he fainted from the effort. Obviously, neither weak, evil Renato nor powerful, nice Renato was any threat to the Empire. After the Emperor's victory, they were exhibited in a museum until time ended, which was soon after. He had tried something bold and paid the price for it.
Well, at least we know that he can't do that, so... Do we just go back to this certain chapter, or what the fuck?
Every child could sing verses about the Skyripper.
Really?
But ancient codices held
fucking hell.
Stone that ate souls.
Coming
A
through,
ring
okay,
that
fuck,
drank
coming
blood.
through.
A jewel only a righteous man could give away. Were all these things the Iblis stone? Long hidden in a buried temple. Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now. drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals?
Yeah, flip this and then guys will come out. Yeah.
It was tempting to just stand on the device and let it do all the killing for him. But that's sporting, would it? Or fun? The ravens were already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. Then he hadn't come too late. Now, dootsie-doo. Magical energy
What the
balls,
fuck is?
immune to the laws of gravity. There had to be some way to use the Iblis stone. It was old, wasn't it? People are so much cleverer now. And Renato was pretty sure he was cleverer than most people.
Switch.
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders. This thing really needed a roof. It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made. It was the stone, eager, thirsty.
I do not care about your ASMR.
Seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once, and he had a sneaking suspicion the gem would try to control him. Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. Not the core, said the stone anxiously. But even though Renato knew how evil the gem was, he had a clever plan for dealing with it. The stone bothered him. He hated being told what to do. Wasn't that why he joined the rebellion? Wasn't that why he'd refused to be a soldier? He'd agreed to come on board only if he could freelance. The stone felt a bit clingy, and he had a feeling it did not have his best interests at heart. The sage Calaveras had told him where to find the Sky Ripper, a weapon capable of challenging the gods. Even without its armature, the core would still possess great power. He would go there. The moment he landed the Farfarer, Renato had a rare feeling of regret. It's not too late, he thought. He could turn around and sail for Zenobia's island. He frowned. Wait a minute. He didn't want to kill Zenobia, did he? Sure, technically she was the enemy, but they'd been at sword-full school together. They'd never been lovers, but somehow they'd been closer. She'd told him every secret about herself. except the biggest one. But she was the Emperor's daughter. There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time. The stone hadn't lied about what it could do for him. With each raven he cut down, he felt a jolt of power flowing into his arm. "You're weak," whispered the stone. "The core will kill you."
I'm right here, so...
Are you afraid of it? No, don't be ridiculous. It chuckled. But it's unstable. It will poison you if you just carry it. And if you try to use it, it will explode catastrophically. Renato did not trust rocks that talked in his head. He went onwards. Ferocity. The device was warm. Provide a drink.
Okay.
As he approached the core, the stone became hysterical. No, it's too much power. We'll rip a hole in space and time. He had a sudden vision of plunging his gauntlet into the core and dying in anguish. That wasn't his vision, was it? The stone had sent him its darkest fears, hadn't it? He had a sudden impulse to do exactly that. He raised his right fist and plunged it into the core. There was a rush of light. He thought he could hear the stone screaming. And then he passed out. When Renato came to, the core was gone. But the Iblis stone was no longer black, but glowing with a blue light. And it was silent. "I can't hear you," he sang out, and "You?" It didn't answer. "Ha!" he said. He had defeated the demonic gem with the power of his mind. He felt invincible. It was time to attack the Imperial outpost on the Nexus. Take the battle to the enemy. But among the huge crystals, there was also an observatory. A wise man would probably ask the scientists exactly what he had first. How wise was he? As the Farfarer made its way toward the
Gonna do it
Nexus,
for your education.
Renato watched sparks fly out of the core. The Iblis stone sucked them in hungrily. You'd think the stone would want this kind of power, wouldn't it? Thought Renato. Well, the scientists would explain it all. This time, Renato was sure he'd figured out how to use the core safely. See? He'd trusted his gut, and it had worked out. That's what it meant to be a hero. To ignore the naysayers and the oddmakers, and do what you knew was right, and have it turn out to be the right thing. No, he wasn't worried. Once he got to the observatory, the scientist Toads could explain it. Then he could carry the war into the enemy's camp and destroy them all. Oh dear, he was getting a little bloodthirsty, wasn't he?
What the fuck?
Building these platforms was so expensive, they'd run out of budget for guardrails.
Oh, that happened.
Renato had never felt better in his life. Normally, a battle would wear him down and he would need a night's sleep. But now he felt like he could go all night and all day. He felt like people were cheering him on, and he could practically hear their applause as he slew one raven after another.
Spinning around. That's what I'll say.
The Imperial fleet was closing in on the rebels, forcing them to come out and fight. Bernardo was itching to bring the fight to the enemy. He had to remind himself not to be too reckless. Cannon trap. Who kept these things loaded anyway?
Yeah, these things are just lost at times.
The toads at the observatory measured the stone with their occult devices. I fed it the core of Sky Ripper, explained Renato. No more Vive Blood and Souls.
But the core is not an unlimited energy source,
Said one toad. Another said,
there's a feedback loop, you see, which could overload the stone. The stone doesn't actually feed on souls,
claimed a third.
but on pain of killing another sentient being. If you can truly be at peace with yourself, it would not overload.
This was all very confusing. At peace? Yes, the mountains were peaceful and quiet, but he now had the power to turn the tides. He should report to the Rebellion Council and prepare for the decisive battle. The one thing he understood from all the Toad arguments, maybe the stone did not feed on blood or souls or rage. It fed on empathy. It fed on the pain he felt when he put an end to another being's existence. Even if that other being was a raven intent on killing him, if he could find peace, then he could use the power of the Ibla Stone without being taken over by its evil. Yes, that was the way to defeat the Ibla Stone. The mountains. He would go to the mountains. He could find peace there.
Or knife on his back, depending what you go for.
Unfortunately, the mountains were not empty. There were ravens
Oh.
everywhere. No matter. He had to fight, yes, but he didn't have to be angry. Parry, dodge, slash, and breathe. Yes, focus on the rhythm, the dance of it, not on the blood or the raven's core as they died. Ah, it was working. He wasn't feeling those dark jolts of eldritch energy. He wasn't feeding the Iblis Stone. Imagine if you built a house of one of these things. Oh, that would be amazing. It would be like having a boat. The stone was still silent. His mind was his own, and his heart too. He bore them no ill will, these ravens. They were doing their job. They were expressing their nature. Dance, whirl, parry, jab, and breathe. It was all so simple, wasn't it? Something was missing. He didn't feel truly at peace. Wait.
Wasn't this near where Calaveras lived? The sage would help him figure it all out.
Oh yeah, wasn't the ending of this was just like he just was in the middle of the fucking enemy and he just like just took took the shit for some reason? Or ate shit? Yeah, that's right.
It was like having a pet. Well, like having a goggler for a pet.
The speed up is so fast. It's nice.
Open, says me. The Iblis Stone, silenced by the Sky Ripper's core, had given Renato enough power to challenge the Imperial fleet. But what Renato was seeking was inner peace. The rebellion was on the verge of extinction, and it would have to wait.
So,
At the end of the mountain path, he found the wise Calaveras in his workshop. To fix souls or only artifacts? He asked the sage.
Does your soul need fixing?
Asked the sage. I've been killing a lot of ravens lately, he told the sage.
You're a fox,
Said Calaveras.
and to kill birds is part of your nature. Take joy in it. I mean, I might as well worry about eating flies. Would you like a fly?
It was true. That's what he had forgotten. The joy. Now he was ready for the final battle. The Farfarer cut through the clouds. The air had never felt so sweet since he was a child. There it was.
oh, no, don't clear.
The dreaded Imperial fleet. He could smell wet hemp ropes ahead, wood and tar, and ravens. Even the fleet smelt good, somehow. He was ready. He was ready. Renato had it all squared away in his head. He would kill the Emperor. Isengrim III had begun well, but he had gone mad. He was trying to invoke the lost gods by means of dark, blasphemous rituals. That was a secret. But the victims had spoken to Renato. The ghosts had spoken. No anger. Renato could not afford anger. He was empowering the crystal in his sword. That made him stronger, but it clouded his mind. He would not be a hero. A hero strives. Renato would just be one victim of everything. The Emperor would die, and the wheel would turn, and all would be restored without rancor, without sorrow, without pain.
Renato looked surprisingly unwounded.
What the fuck?
But the more he thought about it, and he had so much more time to think about it now that he was not worrying about the battle, killing the Emperor would not change anything. Another would take his place. Perhaps Zenobia. Perhaps the Speaker of the Rebel Council, and power would corrupt them too, and death would make grief, and grief would lead to hatred. He must lead by example. Reject the violence. Reject the desire to create violence. But how?
Yeah, isn't this the one where he's just he eats shit after he kills the Emperor or something like that?
It was a bit windy up here.
We can speed up on that, it's funny.
Finally, he came to the Emperor's ship. The path behind him was strewn with dead ravens. The path to enlightenment. His mistake, he realized, was trying to change the world. The world would spin and the wheel would revolve whether he strove against it or not. What he had to do was nothing. He had attained enlightenment. He sat down, adopted a full lotus position, and began to meditate. And all around him, the warriors stopped fighting too. They knew. They could feel his enlightenment. They gave up fighting, dropped their weapons, and became his disciples. No, just kidding. The nearest raven stabbed him with a sword and then chopped off his head. I might not have thought this through properly. Thought Renado's head as it rolled around the deck and died.
Return of the hippie. That's kind of funny.
The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas.
Yep, it's just starting over again. I don't think... maybe I should just stop here.
It's a bit early. I don't want to stream anything else yet, though.
It's a bit of a tough choice. Today was a break, a stream break anyway, so yeah, well, not stream break, but more like, yeah, shake it up a bit. Yeah, that's the word.
Yeah, but yeah, today was just a
freaking a little break from, well, Metaphor and 16. Just gotta shake it up a little bit before we continue. Which tomorrow I am gonna continue tomorrow, so that's gonna be fun. I have 16 on there, but I'm not too sure if I should play Metaphor one more time before switching. Otherwise, though, yeah, I think we'll raid Sparky Slays. Well, anyways, but yeah, we're gonna raid to Sparky Slays, and yeah, I did say I was gonna go for 100%, but honestly, I feel like this is a bit of a pain to do it. not and mainly because the storybook thing is kind of like getting a bit obnoxious now. And I already got through I already got the final ending, so the true ending. So yeah, we're good. We're fine. Anyways, dude. To anybody who came in today, thank you guys for watching me play Stories of Path of Destinies. As it was just a break, so just gonna put on the side. Yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for either Metaphor or 16. I'm not 100% sure, you guys, but I'm probably gonna go with 16 on the schedule. Anyways, though, hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you guys next time. Bye!